What's up, folks? How's everyone doing? I'm hyped. A lot of really cool new features in Bitwig. I think the most important thing, there aren't like all these like really huge, single, exciting, hypey things, but like I think the exciting thing is that like a lot of really core DAW things have been sorted out that a lot of people have been asking for. For like example, just the whole visual, the visual aspect is super cool. But yeah, what I want to do today is I kind of just want to go through the list and start applying some of the things to the track we were working on last week. So last week we actually started a track from scratch. How's everyone doing? Will, Woodward, Ryan, Ocean, Poitras, Siniki, Exusaban, 808 Bearer, Shad. How's everyone doing? So last week, did a 4-hour stream. We made this track absolutely from scratch, and 10 seconds of it was claimed by Mad Decent and John Summit. And so it's probably going to happen again. The stream's probably going to get claimed, even though like it's 100% original, no samples, no splice, nothing. In fact, like you guys saw me making the sound effects and stuff on the synths. That's the crazy thing. Anyway, hey, what a world. So quite a few people actually just mentioned like you should plug more like ways for people to support you like during the stream, because I apparently don't do that enough. So I want to take a few seconds or maybe a minute to just talk about that a little bit, if that's okay with you guys. So I've got a Patreon, obviously. That's probably the most direct way to support me is through Patreon. There's a couple of perks. So the $2 tier, when I post bigger videos that I've kind of edited and stuff, I will usually post those ahead of time on a Patreon as well for early access. And then the $5 tier, basically, whenever I make sounds, like during my tutorials and stuff, I'll often upload those. So just a quick example is like, these are probably just a couple of like the latest ones. It's not up to date, obviously, because there's stuff from Serum 1, Phase Plant and everything. But I was actually thinking of adding one or two of these sounds, so kind of good segue. Anyway, get a bunch of presets and stuff for the $5 tier. And then I've got a $20 tier, which is like, I've got a kind of private Discord, which I guess I'll call it like a music support group, where it's a kind of small group of producers where we just kind of give each other feedback. And if you're kind of stuck with anything musically, then I can obviously help you there. Otherwise, I do have preset packs and stuff for sale. Do you know which 10 seconds? Yeah. It's like three hours or so in. I do not have a Bitwig Connect yet. It does look pretty cool though, I won't lie. I don't need the audio interface features though, to be honest, because I got RME Fireface, so I'm pretty sorted with the audio interface. But I like the control aspect of it, and I like the modular in and out aspect of it as well. How's the volume on the mic? Is it perhaps a bit soft? It actually does look a little bit soft. I wonder if the settings have reset again. 1, 2. Where were we? Okay, yeah, and then also preset packs for sale on my store. You can just directly buy banks of stuff. Links are all in the description. Those are the best ways to support me. Otherwise, if you do feel like it, you could always just super chat or anything like that. But yeah, I don't ask for it. You know, it's something that I kind of do this. This is my passion is teaching, so everything is kind of like, yeah. If you guys feel like and are so inclined. Anyway, let's go through some of the new features. Let me actually show you some of these sounds. It's really good for like intros, you know, just like a massive kind of hit at the beginning of a track, that kind of thing, modulating it a little bit here. I really dig it. It's actually a recording from a flute. I did a video on this not long ago, how to make the sound from scratch. Serum multi-samples go wild. So this actually isn't a multi-sample. That's the interesting thing about this is it's actually using the spectral mode. And the Bitwig stream is going to turn into a Serum stream real quick. It's using the spectral mode. So the interesting thing about this is that we can control where it's not like a sample where it plays. You're kind of limited to the time. It can kind of like stay at a particular place, and then we just modulate the position a little bit with some random. Let me just bypass this real quick. And I've also done some attack on it as well, just to make it a little bit realistic. But we can change the position, and it kind of sticks in that place. So you can kind of make a pad or something out of a one-shot sample. Pretty interesting. So this is a similar thing, but it's just made with a different recording. The other cool thing about using this technique as opposed to just using samples is you can actually pitch the sound down or up, and it's not like a sample which just retimes, it like changes the time. It's almost like a wavetable. So you can take a sound which is like high pitched, like this flute for example, and then like tune it real low to get like droney sounds or bass sounds even. Yeah, it's kind of like modal synthesis. Very similar in that it has like the partials aren't locked like it is in wavetable synthesis. Although with modal synthesis is achieved in a slightly different way. But yeah, you're on the right track, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can do all sorts of like synth type of things, right? Synth type of things to it, as opposed to if you were just using the sample. So yeah, that's really really cool. But yeah, that preset is on my Patreon. A couple other ones as well. This is from another video that I made where I just like made a bunch of recordings of of a tongue drum and loaded them up as granular. It's like all those modular YouTube videos, you know, those dudes with the plants. Anyway. Has Bitwig been sponsored? Because lately it seems like everyone's been posting videos about Bitwig in just the past day. How do you mean? Do you mean have the creators been sponsored by YouTube? I haven't. Although I do. They did send me like Bitwig for free. So like I didn't pay to get Bitwig, but I've had it since version 1. So like there's that, but they don't pay me money to say good things about it, you know. I would have just bought it anyway, to be honest, because I was so sick of Cubase, and Cubase was becoming so expensive. Like the yearly updates are super expensive. So yeah, I haven't actually been sponsored by Bitwig, and I doubt any of the other creators have been, because unless they actually state it, because legally you have to, you know, if somebody sponsors you something, you have to say so. Have serum and Bitwig. It's all your needs, bro. Okay, yeah, so let's look at some of these new features. Alias clips. I think this is, for me, one of the most exciting things, because it's actually something that Cubase had, and it's a small thing, so like I miss it from Cubase, but it's not like something that would make me go back. Do you know what I mean? But it's just such a nice workflow thing, especially for dance music or psytrance or anything which has these kind of segmented musical blocks, like 32 bars into a different section, then back into the breakdown section. Do you know what I mean? Because this kind of allows us to it's kind of like, you know, in Bitwig we already had I'll get to the visual stuff a little bit later, but in Bitwig we already had this, like, you know, when you drag the clip it kind of duplicated, so when you edited one thing it edited everything, which is great. I really love that. However, if you have a section here which has like a break and then the same thing, these parts then are no longer connected. So if we edit something here, you can see that it's just this one. It's not these ones as well that get edited. So that's a pretty huge workflow thing for like bigger projects. If you do a lot of like sort of dance music style arrangement where you have 32 bars breakdown, 32 bars breakdown, that kind of thing, or because of just of that reason alone. And there are various ways of kind of achieving the Alias clips. So I'm still pretty new. Like I've only just had a little sneak peek. So I'm still like kind of going with it. And the visual thing is quite a drastic change for me. Because obviously I use the software so much, like all day, every day. It's actually probably not healthy. Like the visual change is quite. So I'm still like catching up a little bit. So I might be a little bit rusty, but yeah. So I believe we can. I think it's Control C, and then Control Alt V. Yeah, we'll paste a Alias clip, and then you can see here it's actually got the little. I think that's like a clippy, like a paper clip. I think that's what that's supposed to be. And so these are now connected, which is really, really cool. Dope, they're putting stuff from Ableton into Bitwig, makes it easier for Ableton users to switch. Exactly. There's a lot of the scale stuff, I think quite a few people were asking about. Hey, yo, 50 people. How's it going? How's everyone doing today? Don't forget the like button. And there was actually something I read here, which is really, really cool. It's like quite I hate to say it, game changer. I think it's this one. The merge duplicate functions are great for opening previous projects and immediately taking advantage of the Alias clips. So I believe there's a way where we can, is it probably in the right click menu to I wonder, to merge so that we don't have to like open an old project and go in and change it bit by bit. I still wait for a type of part that contains everything individually, VST, mixer, etc. And tracks are only for composing. How do you mean? I don't understand. Oh, so it's here, over here in the actual Alias menu. Track config, track templates. Did I miss something? So here we can actually go into the actual clip, and then in the Alias menu. So this is obviously all the different clips that it's detected in the project. And then obviously if we had different, this is a kick drum, so it's going to just be 4/4 the whole way through, let's be honest, for my style of music. So it's obviously going to detect that and then merge them all as one, as an Alias clip. That is super powerful because we don't have to then go in and do it all. I guess for a kick, it's not that important because we probably won't be changing that. But for bass lines and stuff, I think is pretty huge for my workflow because often I'll go into a section which has like kind of melodic bass, and then I want to go back to the original one. But then, say for example, later down the line, if I do want to make changes, I've got to go in and actually edit each one individually, which can be a bit of a pain. Okay, so yeah, let's merge duplicates. Pretty strong. Pretty cool. And then there was also one other way So, oh yes, it's like, for example, if we take this and then duplicate it now, and then, oh wait, I would be Control Alt. No. Control Alt V, yeah, like that. And then say, for example, I actually didn't want the same one. I did want to change a little bit. I don't think Polygrid actually received any updates, to be honest. So, unfortunately. So none of the big hypey things that I was talking about, but it's cool. It's cool. I'm actually so glad that a lot of these core things are out of the way, because it leaves space to kind of experiment further with the point upgrades. Do you know what I mean? So they're obviously, with the 0.0 updates, obviously focusing on big core, like fundamental ways that the DAW works and looks. Like the scales thing is huge, the alias clips thing is huge. It's like really big, I guess, competitive things when you look at it from the perspective of other DAWs. So we're getting a lot of little bits and pieces that we see in a lot of other DAWs. Okay, so if we wanted to then edit this a little bit, we could then click here, or let's go back into the alias menu and say make unique. And so now you can see the paperclip is gone. We can then go and edit this here or something. And then it's not actually going to adjust all of the bass clips from the whole track. Hey, that actually sounds pretty good. I think we're gonna... I'm not gonna use this now, but maybe later on we might use it. So there's another cool thing here. Like, I use a lot of this clip launcher here, which can be really cool for like experimenting with different samples and that kind of thing. But now there's another way of being able to access all these different things that we've created here, right? So if we remove the clip launcher, we can actually go in here and choose from all the different little MIDIs that we've created. So this, I think, in terms of, you know, once we've got all this sampling and that kind of stuff out the way, we want to start arranging the track. We can kind of get rid of the clip launcher. It gives us some space to work with. I think that's really cool. So just into, like, I'm talking about my workflow, because I use a lot of this kind of dragging between the two mini windows, just for, I guess it's because I don't have alias clips. That's why I use it so much, because I have like straight bass line, groovy bass line, this one, and then I'm like, okay, which section, you know, what does this section need? Does it need this? And then I kind of drag from there. But now we can kind of go in here and just select from the drop-down list. Very, very cool. Like I said, cool kind of fundamental workflow things. So it leaves space for the kind of more experimental things, I think, in the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, which is often what we see with Bitwig. You know, like a lot of the weirder updates have been point something, like with the new experimental devices and that kind of thing. Okay, I think that's about it for the automation clip, for the alias clips. Automation clips, I think this is also really, really cool. It kind of opens up the here, these little automation blocks as separate clips themselves. So here, for example, we could create a specific pattern. Let's go with the pencil and kind of just draw something here. Oh, I wonder why that uses so much. Must be some kind of bug in the beta. When you drag too quickly, I can hear my PC ramping up. Anyway, you can draw in automation here and then loop this automation clip. And this I like because often I'll have a specific like movement pattern that I'll create on a filter or something, but I want to have it on either multiple different plugins, like different instances of Serum, or we might want to do this like movement, but with this with this clip or with this clip, we can kind of like, it separates them. So it's really cool for just experimenting and playing with, And also the cool thing is it kind of separates it here from this. So if you have a track where you have all this kind of like complex automation, I know that because like for myself, like often if there's a lot of stuff going on, I don't want to touch because it's like already perfect. So I'm scared to kind of experiment with something if there's too much automation and stuff already going on there. So often I'll bounce it out as audio and kind of carrying on from there. I know a lot of you folks are probably quite similar. If something is too complex, it's like, don't touch it because it might kind of fall apart like a house of cards. And so this is cool because it separates that. So you can try something out and then be like, nah, I don't like this. Exit this, go back to the timeline, automation. So good. So good. Yeah, like I say, I'm still kind of getting used to the visuals of it because, like, I'm still used to clicking in certain places. You can even drag these clips into the LFO. Oh, that's super cool. I didn't even get to that yet. I want to make an example using this technique because I know you can also. So if you draw this on filter 1 frequency, for example, this thing here, and now you say, okay, no, I actually want this on filter 2 instead, you can how would we, I wonder, we'd have to go add automation lane. Where is it then? You're supposed to be able to drag it onto. Oh, is this the right? Oh, it's not the right instance of Serum. That's why. Okay. Where were we now? Okay, save. Okay, let's go filter 2. Add automation lane. Yes, there we go. Okay, now we're onto the right track. You can just copy this onto filter 2. How cool is that? So if you do a lot of stuff where you're like, oh, now I want to route this through to that, and I guess in Serum it's quite inconsequential because you can swap the position of the filters. I think you can actually just do that and it swaps them, which is pretty sweet. You can do that with the LFOs and stuff as well, and the envelopes. You can kind of just swap them by dragging, and the macros as well. Little hidden thing that I figured out. Really cool. Let me just undo it though, just in case. Yeah. Oh yes, I wanted to make some examples using this technique here. Let's maybe just create a simple kick bass section here. Wait, I think that's what I did here. Yeah. What? Just boom, gone. I haven't seen that from Bitwig. Eh? Well, it's beta. I should mention it's beta, like the first of the beta releases. So, like, caveat, that might happen. That might happen. And it's chilled if it does. Let's try to get that from the undo. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay, so I don't think we lost too much. Yeah, we still even got this clip. Okay, we're like a couple of seconds back, not even. Were you doing the same thing? It might be something to do with these curves, drawing them while the project is playing. Hey, what the hell is a spray can? Ah, yes, that's actually what I was looking for. What the fuck? This is going to be so sick for Serum's dual filters because you can set up different clips and then kind of swap between them and do all sorts of like rhythmical things and kind of have it so that, like, I guess almost like where the modulations kind of are never the same over a varying amount of bars, because you can kind of swap from one clip to the other clip and then swap them to the other filter and do all sorts of stuff like that. So good. Okay, let's add automation lane here, and then let's draw in some variations. That's so cool. You can get so many variations out of just like one note. So cool. Yo, what the fuck? Is this probabilistic, like changes random values each time? That's so sick. I wonder if there's a way of like writing it, like if it's okay, I like this one, boom, turn that into just straight up modulation. Do you know what I mean? Also check out the hold button for smooth interpolation. Oh yeah. Oh sweet, okay. Okay, that's cool. To be honest though, like even the steps, it's too interpolated for me. Like I like steps, but it's okay. It works. Imagine that. Imagine just a sine wave and just so much automation clips that turns the sine wave into white noise. It turns the sine wave into a kick drum, shapes it, poof, poof, poof. Imagine. New genre incoming. You know what'd be cool? Because I've kind of like been thinking about ways of having like, you know, when you hear like one lead like morph into another lead and then morph into another lead, and like it's often done with like one shots to create like a sequence of one shots. And like I've been thinking of cool ways of sequencing that kind of thing, and you know, to be able to have the same automation curve but like on multiple different things. And I think this could be a cool way of doing that, because you could have this kind of movement like continue. So for example, if we duplicate this and then just shift this to the next part, do you know what I mean? And so like it'll play the one sound and then it'll continue into the next sound, and the automation will be the same clip, hopefully. I actually wanted to put some low cut on here. Oh shit, the mic is on. Sorry about that. I don't think so, Rio. I don't see it here because we copied this clip to this track. So it should be linked if they were aliased, and I don't think we can. Or do you mean wait, let's try this. Control C. Control Alt V. Nah, it doesn't have the paperclip, so it doesn't seem to work in terms of the aliasing. So it seems like it saves this bank here is like all of the aliased clips on the whole channel. Do you know what I mean? Can we rename the alias clips? I presume it will just take this. So we just call this Squelchy Boy 1. And then it'll be Squelchy Boy 1 in the drop down menu. And so unfortunately there's no Squelchy Boy 1 in this one. Interesting question on a group level. It doesn't seem like it does the aliasing thing on a group level, but you can actually switch between them for editing purposes, which is still pretty cool. But not quite the aliasing thing. I guess in previous iterations you would have to, like previous versions, you would have to copy paste every single clip, you know? So I guess it's not ideal for that, but you can still just like copy one clip and then alias that across the channel. And then when you do need to just copy it again, I guess. You know what I mean? Well, I wonder if there's a way of like, you know, like what we could also do is just like if we wanted to make everything on this channel the same as this one, just Control A, delete it, and then just copy paste it from inside the clip. Do you know what I mean? So that's also another little workaround that we could do. So, oh yes, so apparently also there is the automation clips can also be dragged into modulations. So let's just think of a way we could use this. I might not even use it, but let's just try it out. We can just drag this here and drop it, and it creates us segments. And somebody was saying if you hold Alt, it makes the other one. That's pretty cool, huh? So you have LFO and envelope. You can kind of just get from your automation clip. So that's a nice thing. For example, what I was saying earlier, if you have, if you've done your entire automations over your whole track and you don't want to start fiddling with things, you could potentially do something here with the automation clips, fiddle around a little bit and be like, okay, cool, I like this. And then use this as a way to kind of add it to, maybe you have like a slower modulation, like the filter over a long period of time. And then you could add like a faster movement, but just by a little bit to kind of like make it a bit more exciting or something like that. So that's really, really cool. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and we will get back into it as soon as I'm back. Maybe we can do a bit of a Q&A or something. I've never actually done one of these automated Q&As here in YouTube, but we can see how it works. Anyways, I will actually just loop the whole track from what it's mostly made last week. I'm still getting used to it. So this is another cool thing, is that here in this bottom right menu, we can actually change like the intensity of the background and stuff. So there's a little bit of kind of visual fine-tuning, which I think is really, really cool. So like, for example, in my studio, when all the lights are on and stuff, like the camera lights, then the darker background, like the default one, even in the previous version, sometimes got a bit difficult. Like the grid lines got pretty difficult to see. And now as well, it's pretty difficult with all the lights on and stuff. And just being able to kind of like adjust that for the environment is so good. So good. And I presume it saves the settings as well. It's super sensitive on the mouse. It's weird. Anyway, so I'm going to loop this for you folks, and then I will be back shortly. Let me actually mute the group so it doesn't play over, obnoxiously play saw waves over the track that we wrote. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Okay, I did actually change one or two things now that I'm listening to it. I think the arrangement, it was way too quick. Oh, thank you, Zen Lion. How are you doing? The arrangement was way too quick. It kind of went boom into this section, then straight into this section. Excuse me. And I usually like a little bit of tension and release, and then a bit of a breakdown, and build up into the sort of main part of the track. I guess it also makes it easier for DJs to mix, because you can kind of mix it here, drop here, or you can kind of mix it here and drop here at the main section. So you can kind of like, it gives you variations, you know. Anyway, let's see. Automation editing, I guess we can get to that stuff. Okay, key signature stuff. Yeah, let's maybe get into writing some leads or something. That could be interesting. Oh, they fixed the group 0 thing. That's pretty cool. Something glassy on the beat. That would be cool. Like a asterixy rhythmical thing. Yeah, absolutely. Serum 2's Convolve is really good. But maybe less... I take it you're into D&B by the name. So it wouldn't be as, like, I guess... I'm going to assume you probably use it more in a sound design context, like to create growly bass sounds and stuff. I would use it maybe less in that context for psytrance and more just as like a traditional reverb. And it's actually really cool for taking something simple and turning it into like an atmosphere. But there's a couple of things that I usually watch out for, because by default some of them are a little harsh, like you say. But I think it's more just how this is how the default is tuned. So let's say, for example, we just take a sine wave, we tune it up quite high. Note transpose, just so it fits the tune we're working in. Let's even go even higher. Okay, cool. And then let's turn it into a decay, like a very short, plucky sound. Super simple, right? And so taking something like that and then running it through one of these like massive ones like Crystal Hall or something, and then maxing out the mix, it kind of turns it into a pad. But the gain here, often you got to turn that down, because it I think because it's not tuned by default to have the mix all the way, because you don't often do that with reverbs, right? Okay, maybe in this instance it's not so bad, but let's try something with a bit more harmonics. It might be a bit... Or we could just be lucky with this impulse response. What was the default here? That. And then what I usually do is then I'll go back here and then turn the envelope up like this. So you don't actually hear the pluck here. It just plucks, goes through the reverb, and then it's a slow attack. So you're just kind of getting the body of the reverb. Oh, wait a sec. We've got to actually do this a different way. So let's copy, hold Alt, drag this onto the envelope, and set this to pluck this with this level here. We actually want to create some kind of envelope on this level here. So let's go envelope 3, drop it there, make it monophonic, up to 0 or unipolar. Make it 0 dB here. And then use this attack and release. And then we can kind of treat this like the synth patch and put something like delay and reverb after this, right? So let's try ping pong. 1/4 is good because we're kind of dealing with slower stuff, and that'll kind of give it a bit more stereo stuff going on. Pretty cool, just sine wave. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, let's maybe write a melody using some of the new things, scale things. So I think here what we can do is, hey, what's this? Global key. It's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. That is quite a nice extra little thing. Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are you? I didn't even know. Like, I was gonna say, like, let's turn off the no transpose and write stuff in here. Like manually, you know. But I think here what we could do is potentially, if we set this to F, I wonder, would this then, does this now go to F? That'd be pretty sick. Let's have a look. Let's have a listen. I think it functions. It's different to how I expect it, in that it just, instead of semitones, this is using steps based on this scale. So it wouldn't actually function how I was expecting it to, just straight off the bat. I was thinking, like, because F is like +5, I was thinking if you set it to F, it'll do all of these, you know, the whole track. So we could potentially change this, and then, do you know what I mean? That would be pretty sick. But it doesn't seem like that is the case. Unless this is the global key, right? This is the global key, I presume. But I mean, that's not a train smash. We could write stuff in using some of the new features. So, like, for example, let's go double harmonic minor can be pretty cool sometimes, or maybe we can just go with a minor, because actually we've got some key changes and stuff, so we don't want to go too spicy with the mode, because there's the chords and stuff, simple chord changes. Let's just do F minor. There you will find the scale is followed. Wait, what did I miss? Did something... Did the chat somehow block something? Is it maybe a different thing? Key. What is key filter plus? Okay, then. Is this the one? Or is it note filter? No, key filter plus probably. Okay, so it seems like it just snaps to... We can actually turn this off, because if we have it set to F minor here, then we want it to snap to the F, for example, as opposed to how I would usually set that up with the C, for example. You know what we could also do is we could just leave this root note as C and then change the different scales here. And then do it that way. Some kind of ethnic instrument, sure. I've actually got a bunch of samples. I was like looking through a bunch of stuff and I collected some stuff. Some I've actually recorded from some flutes and stuff here. Some I got from the UVI pack. Obviously didn't want to just sit in the stream going through samples. That's the most boring thing. So I collected a bunch of stuff that I thought might fit. So we can go through some of that stuff later. So here we can actually just... It will draw in the notes, and we have the spray can here as well. Why does it not let us go up? Oh, that's why. You got to hold Alt. That's pretty cool. So we can just like draw in patterns, and it'll always snap it to the scale, which pretty cool, I think, for experimenting. I mean, it's a bit ridiculous, but who knows? You might come up with something cool that way. What I think might be more realistic is to kind of experiment like this, but then return some of the notes back to the root note and like pick some kind of rhythm. So for example, we could choose a polyrhythm like gapper 2, gapper 1. So it'll be note, gap, gap, note, gap, note, gap, gap, note. Do you know what I mean? And then just put all the rest down onto the root note. Okay, we're onto something here. This is pretty sick. And because like it's gonna always snap. I dig this. I dig this. We can kind of just like grab a whole section and just shift it, and I think everything should still be pretty good. Yeah, it's not exactly even. It shifts it into stuff that's on the scale, so we could kind of like create movements doing interesting things this way as well, like 2, 3, 4, 5. We may not want to go that high. Like, let's go 3, like 1, 2, 3, and then down here. Although that's pushing it a little bit. That's a little bit too light for my taste, I think. We could go down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, wait. It's going in scale degrees, so it wouldn't. The next, it would be like A sharp. Okay, cool. I get it. I think this is more like a breakdown thing. So variation 1, let's create another one. And this one, I think just the first half repeated could be pretty cool. Like this. You know what could also be cool is to create like a polymetric modulation. So like, for example, here the lead is going every 4 bars, every 1 bar, 4 kicks. It's kind of repeating itself. And we could offset that a little bit by having the modulation repeat itself only every 3 bars. I wonder if it works like this. Probably. I assume so, because the clips do. So I guess it's the same as having like a LFO, which is set to like 3/4. Do you know what I mean? But this way we're not just limited to LFO kind of movement. We could do... oh wait, let's just copy this and spray can. Do like step movement as well. Pretty cool. We could even do a similar thing with like the two filter modulations where like one is like, oh, you know what would be sick is a 5, because then we're dealing with like prime numbers. Huh. Okay. So it's like 3, 5, and okay, 4 is not a prime number, but together they'll like, it'll be very long until they actually loop again. Hey Tilda, how are you doing? I do agree. I do agree that money spent on the treatment of the room and the room itself is far better spent than on the monitors, except in maybe the instance of like mastering, because and very high-end speakers, because of like a three-way. Having the additional three-way kind of opens up mid-range so you can hear things kind of differently, but that's pretty much the only instance. Like for, and even in that instance, a lot of mastering studios would need lower end monitors as well to kind of like A/B test on, you know. So yeah, I do tend to agree that the acoustics in the room itself and perhaps other things like SonarWorks, Sound ID, reference, really good. Really good. Little bit of acoustic treatment and that, and a sort of decent pair of studio monitors, and you're good. Dyne Audio, amazing. Adams, amazing. Any that sort of level. I mean, karaokes are good. Especially the newer stuff is good. But like, yeah, I mean, even well-treated room, karaokes, a bit of help from Sound ID or SonarWorks, good. Simon Posford. It can't be, right? Either your name just happens to be Simon Posford, or you chose your YouTube name because otherwise, welcome and thank you for tuning in. I love your music. Pretty much always have. Drawing lags, but same. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah. Way too many nodes. It seems to be something like that, where it's drawing too many nodes and then it's trying to smooth them, because I get the same thing and my PC is quite a beast, so it shouldn't be doing that. And I can kind of hear the stuff kicking into gear, so I can imagine. I actually had an issue maybe about an hour ago where we were drawing in automation, and I think it was the pencil tool, and then Bitwig just bombed. And I don't often get those kind of crashes with Bitwig. Often it's like a plugin crash or something, but it was like, poof, everything gone completely, just like silence. Not even a Windows message popping up saying, illegal operation or whatever it is. It just gone. But then I managed to back up like pretty much everything that we were doing. But yeah, there seems to be something happening with the pencil tool for a few folks. What could be cool is to kind of like break down maybe a big kick, reverb kick here or something like that, and then do this sort of simple ARP thing, and then break it into the more melodic pattern here for like a really epic kind of build-up-y thing, and then poof, drop it back into the groovy stuff. Although here we probably want to reduce some of the feedback that's happening on this big delay. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Oh man, this... I wonder if there's a way... Because this is a bit of a pain, having to add the automation clip every time. You used to be able to just click it and it would pop up.
I would say.
Oh, it's, I presume, this button here. Automation mode, okay. That looks pretty cool. Okay, I see, it just like immediately brings it up onto the actual channel. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The stuff will work quite nicely here as well, the stuff that we recorded in last session. Because it kind of goes with that key as well, I think. That chord change. Something that I think is really, really cool that a lot of folks are also asking about is resizing the track this much. So like you had to do something here to make all of the tracks into this mini mode, and that was a bit of a pain. And so now having this much control to make them this big is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Because like most of the time with these kind of like tracks that don't get used much in the channel, it's just like a single effect here and there. You don't want it to take up too much real estate on your screen, you know? We got some loops here that might work, that I kind of put aside earlier. Man, Clip Launcher is so good. It's so good. I love, for me, the final process of writing the track is very much like a collage of sounds that I've collected and like made and sampled and created with Serum and everything like that. And once it's all together, it's just like, oh, this here. You know, it's so easy to just, you know, this is like the basket of sounds which we're just pulling out of, and does it work here? Does it work there? It's such a good workflow thing because you can also keep them relevant to the channel that it's on. So, for example, you can add some effects to it, add some EQ to it, whereas often a common thing is like using a folder with samples in it. So you render a sample into the folder, and now you know this, okay, this is a bunch of stuff for this project. But then you don't really get the MIDIs for it, the effects or whatever you want to add to it. So like this particular instance here is really good because I can kind of sit and be like, let me find some samples that might work in this project. I don't want to sit on stream and kind of collect all this stuff because it's obviously boring for you guys. But also sometimes you want a bunch of sounds that you can kind of just pull from to add a bit of extra flavor here and there. Especially with like simple stuff like a riser, or, you know, you're going to sit and make this quickly in Serum. You know, it's a simple thing, but it's going to take up like 5-10 minutes, which you could be using for something more constructive, you know. I've even got some like synth. These are kind of like one shots that I made a while ago. I was just looking through my folder and I was like, oh, okay, that's in F. Oh, that sounds good. I'll throw that in there. That laser, I've actually been meaning to turn that down for a bit. Where is it now? Okay, I think I did do some processing there. I need to be right back in 2 minutes. I need a bit of refill. Throat's a bit parched. Okay, I'll be back. We'll let this loop for you folks. See you in 2 minutes. I just realized this loop was going the whole time when it probably should have only just been going in this last couple of bars. Oops. It didn't sound too out of place though, to be honest. It could work here. I think it's actually just, it's on this output channel here. There we go. It's just super clean and super easy and straightforward to use. It's like, I very rarely have to actually jump into settings. I just turn up the gain. But I mean, that's like the last thing in the chain. I also often use a couple of things, like a little bit of Soothe, Limitless by DMG. This is so good. K-Clip as well. Basically, I mean, the main things here, it's mainly just like EQ and stuff depending on the channel, on the track. The main thing I would say in my mastering chain is Limitless, K-Clip, and Elephant. That's like the main things. I try to do like most of the stuff. So what I do is I kind of produce. It's weird because when I start, I kind of work backwards to like what I was told and how I started doing it for many, many years. But like I kind of produce into the master rack, right? And then I turn it off and master it again, like from scratch. Does that make sense? So you kind of get the idea of what it would sound like at the end, and then FabFilter Pro is also really, really good, but they never really go that much on sale. And I'll often get my stuff like on sale, or DMG Limitless I feel like is a little bit better. I trust their stuff. And if I'm gonna like be spending that amount of money on like plugins, I generally go towards DMG stuff. Like I've got Equilibrium already, and rather than starting off with the entire FabFilter bundle, I was like, let me get Limitless as well. Well, basically, that's kind of how the project is set up, right? It's kind of I've set it up so that everything is kind of smashed to zero already. So like here, okay, minus one. So like there's a bit of headroom. So I kind of set it up to just to, it's like sounds finished mastered, you know, and then I kind of take it off, render it out, and then master it, because I might find, oh, this doesn't need to be EQ'd as much, or whatever the case is, you know. DMG audio stuff is so expensive though. It's not that much different to the FabFilter stuff though, is it? It's roughly, like, I would say it's comparable in price. I think we've gone over like most of the big things. The rest of the stuff is kind of smaller stuff that I think we'll just kind of discover along the way, right? Like, so to a certain degree, yes, I do still work that way, but I'll usually, for me, it's more of like I guess a top-down approach, where instead of smashing all the, because I work with like a more of a layered mix, I don't want to smash each individual component. I treat the whole mix as like the peak. Do you know what I mean? So I will most likely go in here, add a little bit here and there to the main elements, like kick, snare, bass, but then the rest of the squashing up to 0 is done like on the mixing on this mix bus or master bus or whatever. I think we can tighten this part up a little bit. I wonder if there's a way of drawing this smaller without having to zoom out and grab. Okay, there's that. Okay. Now I wonder. No, it's just from the right inwards, I guess, is the only way to make that smaller. Yeah, man, automation clips are so good. They're so good. Oh, the loudness meter, that's Julian. Julian loudness meter. There's a free version and a pro version. I actually have the pro version, but I just haven't. The things are the same. I bought it just to support the developer. I think the pro version, there's like a standalone that you can use outside the DAW, but I never use it, so I just install the free version every time. But yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good. The true peak meter is super accurate. I feel like the hitbox for this is a bit big as well. Like if I just want to play from, here, it's gonna draw that, which I don't want. Oh, that's why. I still got to get used to like where. Okay, it's the top half, bottom half thing. Okay, I get it. User error. actually recorded that one off the Osmos. A bunch of these, I basically just chopped up that stuff we recorded off the Osmos last time. I really like the work on the interface, because now we can kind of really get in there and automate the stuff and get really precisional with each like parameter that we want to automate. Whereas I feel like last time we had it, but it was a little bit clunky. Here we can kind of like make these short, smaller. Let's zoom this out, really work on this channel a little bit, zoom in, zoom out, you know, that kind of thing. Super good. I think Bitwig was already pretty sorted when it comes to MPE. So like we had the note stuff, everything was already there. I think there's a difference now with the way it displays the pitch data. So like here, if we go like this, is it like this? No, oh, it's like expression overlay. Okay. Oh, that's the mix parameter. That's the wrong button that I pressed here. It's supposed to be this one. I'm so used to pressing the pitch button here that I've modulated something by mistake. So I think we can actually access these. Oh no, that's not for the pitch. That's just for adding new notes. But it feels pretty much the same, like in terms of how we could edit these parameters here. They haven't added any kind of extra stuff there, I think, but it was already pretty sorted, to be honest. Where was I? Is this the one I just added? Yeah. So what I noticed, the thing that makes it a little bit better, Andrew Johnson, if you're worried about the pencil tool, is stopping the playback. So it doesn't seem to... I mean, I still hear, like... I can hear it ramping up a little bit now. But if it's playing back while I'm doing the pencil tool thing, then it's much worse. And also doing it slowly is not so bad. But I see some folks saying that they don't have that issue. So it might be like an Intel thing, or like specific to certain architectures. You know what I mean? Hey, might be, how's it going? Hydra Festival, very nice. Enjoy. I hope I don't use all your data, dude. That's pretty cool. It just like automatically opens up an edit window. That's pretty cool. When you drop a new sample there while in the pencil tool on the timeline. That's quite nice. Yours crashed again. What are you doing, dude? Pushing it to its limits. Uh-oh, that sounded like delay feedback going wild there. What's happening here? That modulated up and not down again. Huh? Why not? Strange. Maybe we can introduce this lead a little bit here before it actually comes in, so that they're not like... The exaggerated click on the kick lessens the impact of the more humble snare. I'll have a look into it. Maybe we can just do like a couple of hits of this one with some delay. Let's duplicate. Let's actually group. Duplicate. Delete. And then do this. And just mute a bunch of notes here. And then let's add a big delay. Wait, do we have delay in the patch already? We do. Let's just turn this up. You know, it could actually be this limiter exaggerating, just like cutting a little bit of the body of the kick to accentuate the click, like you say. So maybe I will dial that back a little bit here. On the vocals, is it granular synthesis? It is indeed. I've actually done a video creating this exact preset in Serum. It's just a vocal sample in there, set to manual, and then just a bunch of modulations on like the position, basically, and some, I think there's also modulation here on the pitch, so that it kind of swoops up and down. You know, dude. They act like you recognize it when it's like all like alien eyes, like all high pitched and stuff. You know. Super Saw Synth Serum. Yeah. Yep, it is. Guilty. I think here we could clean this up a little bit. Tighten up this drop, I think. Hive too. Sometimes I like the presets. I use the presets a lot if I'm just looking for like specifically big pads and that kind of thing, and atmospheric sounds. It's the presets there, specifically like the Howard Scar presets. Super good. Super good. So like, I don't use it much for preset crafting for myself. I just find like I've got the workflow down in Serum and Phase Plant. So like, that's what I use most of the time. But if I just want to run through a bunch of like sounds that I probably haven't used yet, then and I'm looking for like pads and that kind of thing, Hive 2 is like very top of the list. You know what could be cool is some kind of thing happening in that break that then like echoes out over the bar. Like maybe some kind of melody or something that can kind of just keep a bit of like tonal excitement happening while this is kind of more rhythmic, if you know what I mean. This is pretty cool how they've got the your yeah, man, I love it. The cue markers, I don't know why they disappeared, but it shows cue markers here at the bottom, so you can kind of zoom into certain stuff. So like here, for example, if we put in cue marker here and let's call it drop 1, and then we know like where to zoom to. Drop 1. Well, I guess this is first kick and bass. I was gonna do something here, but I can't remember. Beta 6 beta, yes. This is... I've never had issues before, to be honest. I mean, I can't go back to Bitwig 5 with it, but there's only forward from here, right? And I did save it as a new project. But it's like a new project, so I can go back to the previous version if I want to. Just his previous versions. Or am I missing something? Because I mean that would always be the case, right? I guess it's just like it's just to warn people, like make a new one just in case, you know. Yeah, it'll always open forward. I'm sure. I mean, don't quote me on that. So like make a backup always. But I've never had issues in the past. Maybe we just do something like that, and then let that like echo out. That could be pretty sick. Hey, I wonder how long we can let that echo go for. Sounds pretty cool. It's like, it's almost rhythmic as well, because it's on the 1/4 dotted. It kind of offsets that rhythm slightly. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Pretty cool. Okay, 2 minutes, not bad. Yes, Bitwig. Yeah, it is my DAW of choice. Cubase was for many years, and then I just got sick of it. It was going nowhere. Nothing's really changed. And I think it's been like 3 years or so since I've switched. Like, so much has changed in Bitwig. It's almost a completely new DAW now. There's so many new features. It's like, whereas Cubase, they're still just like adding little bits here and there that, I don't know. It was already so fully fledged, so I kind of get it. There's not much to do, but there's so many fundamental things that were kind of broken. Sometimes the velocity in piano roll becomes unusable yet. How do you mean? I actually haven't even touched that yet today. Or in my previous sessions, to be honest. So I can't answer that question, but we can try put it to its paces. There is a weird thing with the pencil tool. It seems like you have to hold control with the pencil tool, whereas in the past, I believe you could just... Hey, wait, now it's working. Okay, that's weird. It was... Because this was selected, I think it was only allowing that one to be edited. That's kind of weird, I think, if it's in the pencil tool. It could be that. Have you manually assigned velocity to the volume? Some VSTs, you have to map the velocity parameters to whatever. So the faceplant is the case. You have to manually assign. Oh, I see. You're answering. Well, you're asking if that's perhaps the case with the velocity issue. Daunting. I see what you did there. That was weird. You guys heard that, right? There was something weird going on there. I don't even know what happened. But, like, that was weird. It was almost as if, like, the percussion bus was, like, playing a little bit early and there was some weird distortion or something happening there. I don't know, it was pretty strange. But then as I soloed it and then unsoloed it, it went away. So it must have been because something's happening with the timing when we render something out. It doesn't do it in real time, and it must be something to do with like how that all works. It like didn't. One of the other channels just malfunctioned. No ways. There it is again. The fuck? Frequency sequencer. How you doing, dude? We just had a crash. No big deal. Wait, well, what were we doing? Just so we know what happened. What caused that crash now? I was doing something fiddly. Oh, I was trying to figure out what was going on with the... Because something changed there since... between this version and the prior version. In that we could click here, gain, and then modulate this kind of volume of the clip. And I don't see that option now. Expression overlay, maybe. Okay, there's the like warping and stuff. Switch from Ableton to Bitwig and it felt like live on steroids. Where's that volume control gone? Is it something here that we have to do? Maybe open up expression here. No. Control Z. I want to create like an envelope. Like a manual volume envelope. It's not the automation, right? No, because it's part of the clip. Expressions? No. Weird. I wonder what they've done. Where it's gone to. Okay, that's the warp again. I bet it's something so simple. I bet it's something so simple that I'm like... What is this? What is this? I'm just going to brute force it. What is this? Okay, that's the audition. What is going on? Oh, that's what it is. When you try to rename it, that's what crashed it last time as well. Okay, let me stop fucking around with that then. Actually need to run to the bathroom real quick. And this is probably hella boring for you guys. So let me just loop it for a little bit. Okay, we got that in. That was sounding pretty good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I will be back in 2 minutes. effects. Go where? Where, bro? I've gone through everything, dude. I've gone through everything. Where must I move to? Chill. Chill, dude. Okay, I don't think we changed the break there, because it feels like boom, suddenly kick and bass changes. So I think that kind of thing should happen after, like, this kind of breakdown, build up. Then we can kind of maybe introduce this again. Let's try this one. It was a little bit more subtle, I think. What was the automation thing? I put it in my mind like, okay, somebody mentioned it's if you do something and then something else, it stops working. Oh, it's to the drum view, then back here. Mine still seems to work. I don't know. It must just, like, there's a couple of bugs on specific systems, I think. Yo, I can't wait for Zebra 3. It's gonna be so good. Hey, Wave Warden. How you doing? It is indeed. Oh, you know what would be really cool here is that same lead or something similar that we had with the long echo. So like this kind of break to break it down. Long echo lead, couple of zaps, boom, big drop. I don't think I have got the absolute latest version. I think I'm on still 1.1 of Sumu. What's new? You know what we could do is we could have, so that lead, which has that long delay, we can kind of turn that melody into like a new synth, kind of like building up, and kind of like loop it at the time that the delay is kind of going. So it kind of sounds like the delay turns in, hopefully it's going to sound like the delay turns into a new sound, if you know what I mean. Where is it now? It's this one. Did I delete it? Please don't tell me. Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. This is the MIDI. So let's just copy this here. So I think the timing should already be alright because it's on a 3/4 and this is also 3/4. So if we should be able to like do this and then loop it. Yeah, the spray tool is really cool, eh? Oh, but it's doing something interesting where it starts looping here, so it's kind of like doing a like an opposing sine waves thing. I wonder if this is monophonic. No, so it's doing this, but also the opposite of this. Hey Jim, how you doing? Like the upside down of it, if you know what I mean. So it's like this as well, I think. And then here kind of looks like a DNA pattern or Space Invader, depending how you look at it. Oh, the microphone was on, but they're actually doing, it's kind of like left and right type of thing going on. That's interesting. Of course, because it's a ping pong delay. I wonder if we can just do this and then duplicate the thing. It'll be this. Duplicate the patch, pan it left, and just move the MIDI. That could be pretty cool. Wait, there has to be a way where we can do this with like MPE. There has to be. If these ones. Oh, but does Serum use MIDI pan data? I don't think so. We're gonna have to use one of the others, like Timbre. Hey, Jazz Dude. So I believe we can do this. I think Spray Can Tool is waiting for this one. What? How does that not? I feel like it was that this was made for Spray Tool. I'm gonna have to do it one by one. That's fine. That one makes my head spin. Good. Then we're on the right track. And then we should be able to do it so like if we send one MPE value to one set of these and the other to the other set, we should be able to do it. This should work, I think. We'll just have to set it up in Serum. So let's turn on MPE. It was the timbre, so mod source MPE timbre to the pan. I think that's it. Yes, that's so sick. Now we can just make like one patch that can kind of like do that whole thing, and the pan will just be spread like that. That's really nice. Wow, that's nice. That's nice. I dig that. It's weird. It seems like every time that we've had that crash so far, either the time thing, this time ruler has disappeared, or the cue markers. If you can get a MIDI interface into your coffee machine, be driven by mouse guy can hook you up. That's so true, dude. That's so true. Like, if it has MIDI, driven by mouse has got a Bitwig script for it. Hey, Raven Blue, thank you. I'll look into that. I will try remember. Otherwise, jump in my Discord and post a message there. I'm much more likely to remember there. hey, it's a pretty sick lead. Where did that come from? I'm not a big fan of like the baseline key change thing, to be honest. Like, I feel like it's such a change of momentum. I don't know. It's just me though. Like, I know it's quite a popular thing. I think that's where I'm going to leave it for today, folks. We've gone through everything. I'm starting to lose steam a little bit. I'm hungry. Yeah, so thank you, everyone who tuned in. That was an awesome stream. As always, best ways to support me. Check out my Patreon. Check out my store. I've got various preset packs, sample packs, wavetable packs, granular stuff packs. All sorts of cool things. Not only just samples to, how can I say? Not just drag and drop samples, stuff that can actually like inspire you as well. Like you can drag it into Serum and start crafting your own sounds and stuff. I guess that's the vibe. Anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your evening. Hope you enjoy the weekend. Thank you. I will see you guys soon. I'll let this loop through once or twice for those who want to stick around and have a listen to what we made in its entirety. I think it's sounding pretty damn sweet. One of my top works, I would actually say, so far. Just in terms of like the tonal quality, I think there's one or two, like we could maybe add like a main lead that's kind of really, something unique. But I think the arrangement is really slick. The sound quality is really slick. I'm happy. Anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good weekend.